Everybody take a seat or get in front of a seat, if you don't mind. We can engage in our conversations later.
As a film, as a minimum, nice chair, nice long chair compared to 46.
It's a Hollywood chair.
I'll wait till these gentlemen come in. Our guest speaker has arrived. Okay, can we all stand, please? I just wanted you to get your stuff in front of a seat.
Yeah.
As we do libations to our ancestors, we are going to sing our national anthem first. And so, today would have been Robert Nesta's birthday. So I know y'all gonna bring it home for me, right? Bring some Luther Vandross in here for me, huh? Right? I want to hear some Nina Simone or something in here, right? You promise? All right. Lift every voice and sing till earth and heaven ring. Ring with the harmony of liberty. Let our rejoicing rise high as the listening sky. Let it resound loud as the rolling sea. Sing a song full of the faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of the hope that the present has brought us. Facing the rising sun, a new day begun. Let us march on till victory is won. Please remain standing as we pour libations to our ancestors. On this day, I ask that the ancestor, Thomas and Cora, come forth. Ashe.
Ashe.
On this day, I ask that our great warrior queen, Ya Asan Tuwa, come forward. Ashe.
Ashe.
On this day and time, I ask that the great warrior Khalid Abdul Muhammad come forth. Ashe.
Ashe.
Let us remember our dear brother Stephen Biko. Ashe.
Ashe.
Let us remember Amiko Cabral. Ashe.
Ashe.
Let us remember Queen Nzinga, Queen Veronica, Queen Angola, Queen T. Ashe.
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 To our children, Ashe.
Ashe.
Those who have been murdered and slaughtered across this land, Ashe.
Ashe.
Those who have been murdered and slaughtered across the shores, Ashe.
Ashe.
We are here for our children. Ashe.
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 Ashe. You may be seated. How's everybody doing?
Good.
I want y'all to work on that national anthem. The next time you sing it, I want you to picture yourself standing on the top of a mountain in victory against this enemy. When you sing that song, bring forth your ancestors. I'm not a singer, and get me out of the way. It works. Pour libations to your ancestors every day. Dr. Umar made that a point last week. Wasn't he great last week?
Fantastic.
I mean, you give it up. If you wasn't here, you missed it. I mean, the place was jam-packed and jelly-tight.
Yes.
We ran out of seats.
Yes.
But he'll be back March 6th. And I want to see y'all in here. Because the message that this brother had for us last week was deep and powerful, instructive also.
Yeah.
And I believe, being that he's coming back March 6th, it's going to be even more people.
Oh, yeah.
So I advise you to get here early.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
If you get here and you don't have a seat, I just warned you, right?
Yeah.
That's not my fault.
Bring some money to buy the book.
Of course, he will release his new book. I believe the cost of the book will be $15. And if I'm not mistaken, he will also release to you a free DVD with that book as well.
Why?
Also, let me just go through a few announcements. Hopefully, I hear it's a big snowstorm coming. That's what I hear. If that's so, then I won't be getting out. I'll tell y'all that right now. That would give me enough time to finish the Freedom Retreat UAM Forum commercial that I've been working on. It takes a lot of time to get it done and get it done correctly.
Right.
And I think you will enjoy it once you see it, and I hope that you pass it on once we forward it to you.
Man.
Some other announcements. Next week is Health Night. Now, let me tell you something. You can't fight the enemy sick.
No.
Sick in mind or sick in body.
Right.
Brother Tyrone mentioned earlier, he said, you're losing some weight. I don't have a choice. I'm preparing for the battlefield, for real. In mind and in body. And I keep telling y'all, if you ain't right, when it goes down, I'm not helping you. Because it's coming, whether you want to believe it or not. It's coming. You come to these forums to be informed, and then to pass that information on. I was happy to see a lot of young people in here too. Last week, a lot of college students, a lot of high school students. I mean, the lecture was so powerful, you had a powwow of young teenage girls in the bathroom. One of the fathers said, could you please get my daughter out of that bathroom? No, she's in conference. That's what you brought her here for.
You know, Keisha, last week, I don't know, it got by me and I didn't find out until the last second who was going to be here last week. But upon finding out, there was a few sisters and brothers gathered at one of the tables that sell conscious DVDs. I let them all, I let at least 10 people know, and 8 of them at least showed up here, and they were overwhelming with the response.
That's what's up.
Overwhelming.
That's what's up. You don't hold the information and keep it to yourself. You pass it on. That's all you can do. That's your job,
Yeah.
to pass it on. But February 27th, we will have Herb Boyd here. His topic, the Diary of Malcolm X. Now, this is Black History Month. And Carter G. Woodson, in my opinion, was brilliant. He wrote a couple of books, but most notably, The Miseducation of the Negro. And me coming through the collegiate system, I'm telling you, it takes a lot to rinse that out of your DNA. It takes a lot. And let's see, 15 years ago, I went to the Million Woman March. And I met with, on my way to the restroom, just by accident, I bumped right into Betty Shabazz. And she and Sister Soldier were having a conversation, waiting for their turn to go up on stage. And I just put myself in a conversation. But I had no intentions of doing that. I had even no intentions of going to that march. Matter of fact, at that time, I was a partier and partying heavy. I had my own theme music when I walk in the club. Go ask Eddie up there at Sugar Hill, you think I'm lying.
Yeah.
Something put me there. On a humble I went, because one of my family members asked me, somebody you know giving the bus going out there? I said no and hung up, because I just came home from the club. She called me back. She said, Keisha, I know you know everybody. Got on the phone, found somebody who had a bus, gave her the number, boom, went back to sleep. She said, what you going to sleep for? I want you to meet me there. On a humble. At that point in my life, I began to change my direction. You see, just on a humble. So when you bring somebody to these forums, you'll be surprised what you can put in their DNA. I purchased several copies of the movie Hidden Colors 2, which Dr. Johnson is also featured in. As Kwanzaa gifts, people won't even think about Kwanzaa. I just started handing them out. Everybody's now asking for part 1. Just giving that information. We have a list of DVDs. I believe it was in your program. If it's not in your program, then you see systematics in the back. Now, we're running a Black History Month special. So that means for the entire month, you ain't got no cash down to buy it. For the entire month, it will be buy one, get one free. Now, you can just pick up one and just drop it off at a school. Pick up one and pass it to a neighbor or a family member. Everybody like to watch movies. We addicted to entertainment, as Brother Joe stated earlier. Speaking of Brother Joe, y'all got to check him out on Blog Talk Radio. Any of y'all listen to Blog Talk Radio? No. You should. Thank you, brother. You should. Internet radio is where it's at. Believe that. Mainstream media is failing.
Free speech.
Now his show is called The Struggle Continues. He's on Sunday nights at 7 p.m. I will be listening to him. I listen to Know the Ledge and a few other programs I listen to. That's power. Every day I'm listening to Utrice Lee on Progressive Radio. At 1 p.m. I'm listening to her. And I gotta tell you, she sets it on fire. One listen to her program, you are hooked. That's the new drug. That's the new crack for me. I'm telling you this. It's powerful, this system. Real journalism at its finest. Every day, Progressive Radio, PRN.FM, 1 p.m. Tuesdays, Community Cop is on public access. Now, you may not have that public access in your neighborhood or through your cable network, but you can view it online at mnn.org. And when I tell you it is a phenomenal public affairs program, the only one in our interest, not Sharpton on MSNBC. That is not in our interest. I'll tell him, I'll tell his mama it's not in our interest. I'm very serious because we at war. The FBI just kidnapped Malcolm's grandson on his way to Iran to speak about what's going on in Hollywood and in politics in the U.S. That brother has been very vocal. Check out the film on YouTube, The Facade of the American Dream. See where his brother's head is at. Nobody's talking about Malcolm Shabazz. They kidnapped him the same night Lifetime released a film about his grandmother and Coretta Scott, which was trash. His aunt Eliezer made that point. It was trash.
Straight up trash.
This is what we're dealing with. There's a reason why Brother Maddox is barred from the courtroom. All of our freedom fighters are facing it. We got work to do. You got to put pressure, continued pressure on these folks. Another announcement, African Heritage Special. Minister Khalid Abdul Muhammad, 12th Annual Memorial Tribute. If you need a flyer, you can see the brother in the back. Let me tell you something about, and the pastor of this church will be in attendance too. Pastor Dillon, give it up for him. Give it up. See, the church has always been a strong front in the movement. Now these pastors are running scared. You got one on your side, so you got to give it to them. You gotta give it to him. Reverend Oliver is always on the front lines. And he will also be in attendance. Program is Sunday, February 17th at 5 p.m. Like I said, if you need a flyer, go up to the front, or the back, I should say, and pick that up. Violent attacks are continuing. Kidnapping of our babies continuing, because body parts is big business.
Big business.
Big business.
Big.
Stay in contact with these inmates. What's happening with them? I was talking to Brother Joe earlier about something I'm working on with some inmates. A YouTube channel, blog channel that they desperately need. We need that information. You can't turn your back. And that's another thing we got to stop doing. We feel, well, I'm educated. I got it all. I don't got to deal with them. I stay in the street. That's why I volunteered at the Freedom Retreat for boys and girls. I'm not one of them people who just talk. Either you get involved or you ain't involved. And let me know what side you on so I can pick you out right away. I want y'all to get some gun permits. I'm very serious because we're about to start our own gun club. Y'all playing games, but I'm telling you, this is true. When I went for my permit, I was the only black face in there, number one, and the only female. Full of white folks. White males, to be exact. When I went into the office to get my paperwork processed, there were black females processing the paperwork and doing the fingerprinting. We had 2 white women in there. So once my paperwork was processed, the sister told me, go outside, someone will call you for fingerprints. So I get called for fingerprints and I go back inside. The sister, she's taking my fingerprints and she said, you know, are you a police officer? I said, no. She said, you work in federal government? I said, no. You just want a license? Yes. She said, you know, I've been working in this office for 13 years and I don't even know the procedure. Oh. She said, as a matter of fact, none of us have permits in here. I said, but I bet you she do. Pointing to the white woman. I bet you she do. I put some money on it. She started laughing, but I wasn't laughing. So I gave her the procedure of what must be done. She said, yeah, can I call you sometime? Sure, you can. I want all the comrades I can get.
Right.
You got black folks being tied up like dogs to take pictures and all this kind of foolishness that's going on. These reality shows, I mean, this is crazy right now. Just look around. What's happening with our babies out here? That's what the Freedom Retreat is about. That's what we're doing. We need more sisters involved. Younger sisters at that. What's wrong? The black woman was always the backbone. As Brother Maddox said, they're attacking our brothers, but sisters, we the target.
Right.
We ain't got time no more. Too busy. Look in this room. It's more males. What that tell you? They got in our kitchen. As my mother used to say, they in the kitchen now.
Yes, they are.
This is a sickness. It's a disease we got to overcome. So, I look to you to hopefully within the next 3 weeks, because this is going on for the entire Black History Month, to pick up these DVDs and just pass them on. Tell them that Umar is coming here March 6th. Bring a young person with you. Try that. Now, we got Imam Bilal coming in here. Let me tell you something. I love to learn. When I read, I usually turn on some classical music. It helps me just absorb every word. And I raise my baby that way. My daughter's 17 now, and she still listens to classic jazz or classical music to do homework or whatever. It's powerful. Learning is my new drug.
Yes.
And Imam Bilal, I don't know. He made a promise last time, so I'm going to try to hold him to it.
Yes.
Talk about Django. Because that foolery, I don't know if you've seen the film, but first of all, it's historically inaccurate. Secondly, of course. And secondly, it pokes fun of us. Even though Django was killing up everybody. I paid attention to black folks that were left on the plantations. Scared to move. We are scared to move now.
Yeah.
You tell black folks, vacate the Democratic Party. Vacate the Republican Party. Just pull yourselves out of it. What? Well, what am I supposed to do? Nothing, fool. Nothing. Get with us. Form your own. That's what we've been doing. The lesser of two evils, and you choose evil anyway. We are letting the president of this country get away with murder because he got a black face. You can't tell black folk nothing about Obama. They will try to cut your head off. The things he's getting away with it, if it was George Bush, you'd be in an uproar.
You got that right.
Right.
Got it right.
Now, his next goal is to drop drones on us. Y'all better read his page. I read his page. Don't be afraid. Learn to confront. And when I say confront, I don't mean physical, unless somebody's getting physical with you. Defend yourself. But force people's hands. Just like the open line show on BLS. Prior to me confronting them, they never read Facebook comments. But I forced their hands. So much so the producer called me himself. And still calls. It's easy to force somebody's hand, especially when they're weak. That's an old pimp move. See, y'all got to get in them streets again. How you think these gangs get our babies? Use the same tactic for freedom. But I'm not going to hold Imam any longer. I hope that you pay close attention to what he's about to teach you. Take notes. When you come to a UAN Freedom Retreat Forum, you should always be ready to take notes. And if you can't, the DVDs are always available the following week. You see Brother Moore over there. It's always available. But take notes. Get yourself an etymology dictionary. I want y'all to give him your utmost respect, your utmost attention. I don't want to see anybody falling asleep. Because listen, if I could be up for 60 hours and I ain't falling asleep, I want nobody falling asleep.
Right.
And we can talk about that during Health Week next week. There's a reason why you're nodding off. And you can't stay focused. Watch what you put in your mouth.
Right.
Watch what you put on your skin. Without further ado, I give you this master teacher, Imam Bilal. Give it up.
Thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. In Allah's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. I greet you in the greetings of universal peace. Assalamu alaikum. And that is the peace be upon you. And that is the peace as we say as Muslims, that only Allah can provide. And what we mean by that statement is that if we examine that which accounts for peace in the universe, and if we learn to follow that same logic, then the peace that we come into will be only the peace that Allah provides. So if Saturn can do its thing and not get in the way of Uranus, and Jupiter doesn't get in the way of Pluto, and the sun is not having collisions with the moon, and the air has learned to work alongside the water, and the fire has learned to walk side by side with the land, then what's wrong with us? There must be something awfully wrong with the mentality that we possess that will not allow us to work with each other, although we do have these differences. And we like to highlight and showcase the differences and play down the commonality. And that's a big part of the problem, especially with the people that we call the African American people or the black people. We are very, very diverse, but we have allowed the enemies of our own humanity to highlight our separateness and our differences in such a way that we now believe that we cannot and should not come together and work with each other on those things that we absolutely have in common. Because she's a Baptist and he's an Episcopalian. And if I'm seen going in her church, I'm going to have a problem with my Episcopalian minister. Or she's a Jehovah's Witness. Or he's a black Israelite. Or he's a Nation of Islam member. Or he's a Sunni Muslim. And we look at all of these artificial differences. And again, we allow the enemy of all of us to play up those differences in a way that will absolutely not allow us to come together, not even on minor issues.
Right.
This room should be filled every week.
I agree.
Not just when the popular personalities come to town. Our intellects and our souls as African American people have been starving to such a degree that we should be looking for any drop of water
Yes.
to put on these tongues.
Yeah.
If this were the Super Bowl after party, you wouldn't be able to get in here. They call it bowl for a reason. Because they know by the time they're finished with you, there won't be anything at the end of it except a major flush.
Teach on, brother.
Yes.
Right.
They taught us that in the movie The Wiz.
Teach on.
Yes.
Teach that.
Huh?
Yep.
Yeah. The Wicked Witch, Glenda. I believe it. No, it wasn't Glenda. I forget the woman's name. Mabel King played the Wicked Witch. Eveline, thank you.
Yeah.
And at the end of the movie, at the end of her part in the movie, it turns out that she's sitting on a giant toilet bowl. And when her day was over, whoosh. Well, that's what they do with what they perceive to be the disposable minds of the masses. So we're here today to talk about a subject that is very near and dear to me. I taught a class in this for over 3 years in my home called the Sacred and Secret Language of Religion and Culture. I'm going to repeat that. The sacred and secret language of religion and culture. And before getting started, I would like to give my heartfelt thank you to Keisha. I have to give her a round of applause every time I come here. Now, I know she's not the sole factor in making things work for this organization, for what's trying to be done with the children. We know that there are many other faces and many other talents that come into play, and that she is the out front representative of all of the workers who have come together to make sure that especially our children are being looked after and taken care of and being provided with an adequate future. My kufi goes off to Mrs. Leola Maddox and her husband Alton Maddox. You have to have been born with courage in your blood to do some of the things that I've heard and seen them do.
That's right. Absolutely.
I wish I had more people in my immediate family, like Sister Keisha. We used to have them. In the 60s we had them. Coming into the 70s we had them. But something happened. Where the popular talk in the average black home moved away from what was good for the race. It moved away from what was good for the community life. And it began to then reflect our own little personal world.
Right.
And our personal needs and wants and desires. We want more money. And many of us were willing to sacrifice community and racial dignity so that we could have a bigger pocket at the end of the week or by the weekend. And the whole people's personality shifted because we took our eyes off of the prize.
True.
So when I see people in the year 2013 whose vision is still keen enough to say, damn it, if I have to stand by myself, I'm going to keep my eye on the prize.
Yes, sir.
And I have to give it up. As we begin, upon accepting the mantle of leadership after the passing of his father, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, in 1975, Imam W.D. Muhammad stated that man means mind. Does that sound familiar?
Yes.
Man means mind. And he also stated that words make people. Now, these seemingly simple statements would signal the start of a lifelong pursuit of etymology on my part. And if you don't know what etymology is, it's a fancy word for word origins, where words come from. And if it is true that words make people, and all of us are people, then understanding that all of us are really just a conglomeration of words. Words. Then all of us should be interested in where words originate. Once you begin to understand how words originate, where they originate, what they meant when they were originated, then you'll get a better beam. Especially when reading the words of people who direct language at you and use terminology to describe you and your life.
Right.
And you think they're giving you a compliment. When in fact they're sending signals into your atmosphere that are designed to diminish you in time. So it set me upon a lifelong pursuit of etymology in an attempt to bring greater understanding to the schemes that have been dominating the life of societies across the globe for thousands of years. Those schemes have at the core of their structures the manipulation of words and definitions. The elitist leaders of this world have given the masses of people what they called sacred language, while keeping for themselves what we now know to be secret language. It is also known as exoteric and esoteric language. The purpose in giving the masses of people a language that was to be respected as sacred, such as scriptural language, for instance, was to ensure that the majority of righteously inclined ones among the masses of people would always operate within the parameters dictated to them by those who fabricated the definitions for that language. The acceptance of literalism, taking things word for word, not attaching any symbolic value to concepts, as we have been taught on the most part in religion, popular religion. The acceptance of literalism was the key to keeping the minds of the majority of people stuck in a kindergarten wonderland, full of amazing stories and supposedly historical occurrences.
Yeah. Yes.
A man was put into a deep sleep. A rib was taken from his side to make his mate. A talking snake seduced both of them. Literalism.
Yes.
And so many other ideas that are presented to us as sacred, but that are understood by the manipulators of this world as secret language, that once understood can continue to guide their future generations into the means and methods of how to hold on to power and control.
Right.
In effect, these stories represent blueprints for the psychology of mass manipulation.
Yes.
Sigmund Freud, the fraud, and others of his ilk went to scripture to devise their unique brands of psychology and to give false descriptions to human life in an effort to render that human life submissive, completely submissive to their plan. In America, many of our movie makers, as well as music makers, are familiar, very, very familiar with secret language. One of the more recent movies entitled Django. Where's Keisha? I'm keeping my promises. Get on up here. You may never hear this explanation again. The movie Django was obviously done by one who had some knowledge of esoteric language, esoteric meanings and symbolism. The name Django, D-J-A-N-J-O. Now this is not my topic for tonight, so I'm not going to linger on it. This is just an aside that you can use to do further investigation. The name Django means, quote, I alive. I alive. But which I is it referring to? And what would be the significance for using this name to describe a character in the history of black people under so-called slavery?
Come on.
Django, everybody say it. Django.
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 Now say jungle.
Jungle.
Sounds suspiciously close
Yes, sir.
to something they used to call us all throughout the 50s, all throughout the 60s. They said, you jungle bunnies.
Yes.
You ain't nothing but a bunch of jungle bunnies. Look at the etymology's definition for jungle. Keep your thinking caps on. It came into the English language in the year 1776. from the Hindi word jangal,
Wow.
Jangal, which means desert. That's the place with no water, right?
Yeah.
Forest, wasteland, uncultivated ground. That's a jungle.
Yes.
And that comes from the Sanskrit word jangalai or jangalai, which means arid, sparsely grown with trees, and then it tells you that it's of unknown origin. Now, always be careful when you see them put that next to a word. Doesn't mean they don't know what it is. It only means that if they told you what it was, it would be TMI.
Yes.
Yeah, it would be too much information. Okay. The specific sense of land overgrown by vegetation in a wild, tangled mass is first, what do they call us? Masses, right?
Yes.
All right, let me repeat this then. The specific sense of, quote, land that is overgrown by vegetation in a wild, tangled mass is first recorded in 1849, meaning place notoriously lawless and violent. So you see, in calling us Jumbo Bunny, they weren't saying any small thing about us.
Yes.
They were talking about the core of how they were seeing us and defining us.
Right.
The centerpiece for their focus was that we were this type.
Yes.
Django is also connected with the Arabic term jinn. And the jinn represents the wilder aspects of our passions that can rage out of control in so much as they are created from what the Quran calls the fire of a scorched wind. The fire of a scorched wind. And fire seems to be very much alive. Correct?
Right.
Yeah. I alive is not even good English. I alive? Couldn't they have put am in parentheses in between the I and the alive? So that it would make sense to us English-speaking people? Django means I am alive. No, Django means I alive. The hint there is enough to keep the esoteric thinkers on point. The I here represents ego. And that is what the devil is all about.
Yes.
It is from the jinn that the Satan was eventually made manifest.
Right.
When the rational mind is subdued, the emotional nature takes over. And that is where the ego flexes its subjective muscles. Did you notice in the movie that on 3 different occasions, the slaves in the film were referred to as devils? See, you might have to go back and look at it again. 3 different occasions were referred to as devils by Django's partner.
Tell it.
The world of secret Christian religion wrote black people off as the black angel, otherwise known as Satan himself. He is called Lucifer in the Bible. So while we were busy attending churches and singing the praises of a white image of Jesus the Christ, I can't get any more careful than this. See, truth doesn't care anything about careful.
That's right.
Thank you.
Truth cares about establishing itself. You have to be careful when you establish a lie.
That's right.
And you know why I feel so comfortable saying this? Even in this wonderful edifice, even in this wonderful church, even among these wonderful brothers and sisters that we as Muslims call family of the book.
Yes.
You're not just people of the book.
No.
The Quran calls you Ahl al-Kitab. Ahl means personal family. So I can disagree with my family, but that doesn't give me a reason to want to kill you.
Right, all right.
I can disagree with my brother. I cannot agree entirely with my mother. But there's nothing that rises up in my spirit that wants me, that says to me that I need to hit her. I need to cuss at her. Huh? I need to act belligerent towards her. No, so the people of religion who are family of the book, we have to learn that same etiquette when it comes to dealing with each other. So what I say it out of all due respect. And I feel comfortable enough to share this kind of information with you, understanding that you are intelligent enough to be able to differentiate what you bring to the table as a believer in God and what has been established historically as religion that had absolutely nothing to do with you.
That's right.
Those who designed this language were busy teaching their children secretly that we as a people are the devil's spawn.
Yeah.
In essence, we represented people who in their eyes would be dominated by our law of passions.
Right.
And to mix with us, miscegenation, integration, was in essence to mix with the devil himself. So you want to know why people were so adamant, so vehemently opposed to mixing with so-called black folk? Not just that they believed that you had some kind of inferiority, but many of them actually believed that your stock was genetically sprung from Satan himself. That's what they said. So they said, stay away from the niggers.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the word nigger. I don't call it the N-word.
Thank you. Thank you. Come on. Thank you.
It's like calling Sister Keisha the K-word. And Bilal the B-word. Here we are, people who cuss and fuss all day long. Cuss our relatives out, cuss our wives out, cuss at our children cuss us out. But now we get so super sensitive when it comes to the word nigger that we got to tiptoe and say the N-word. And not realizing that the N-word and that quote never came from us.
Thank you.
Came from people who felt so uncomfortable saying it in our presence that they had to invent a new way of expressing it. Well, there might be something in the word that might represent something substantially different than what they taught you. And they might not want you to say it too much.
Right.
Like calling your child great. You're great. Oh, stop saying it. Just call him the G word. You might not realize where I'm going with that. But I'm saying that so that it'll be on record for the future. The word nigger, as it appeared in a late 19th century English dictionary, was defined not as a person, but as a tool. Much like the modern day vice used in wood shops today. It was a tool that was designed to hold an object in place while the worker worked on it. It is totally understandable how the function of that tool became associated with the kind of black man that slavery was intended to produce. Nigger is also a code word for the word energy. Nigger, as our young folks like to pronounce it, is a mantra for what was called Naga, which the Hindus described as a race of serpent demons. Now don't let the demon part throw you off. Don't even let the serpent part throw you off. You have to always consider the source when trying to determine definitions within the context of information. It is also related to the title negus. Negus. A title out of ancient Abyssinia, also known as Ethiopia, which means, yes sir, king or ruler. So look at all the different places that this word and these pronunciations have traveled to end up on the doorstep of people in the African American context as a throwaway word. Nigger. These niggers. You had white folks during the period of enslavement in this country, the technical period of enslavement. Not the theoretical period. Theoretically, it never ended.
There you go. Got that?
Yeah. And I can prove that in less than 60 seconds. If you smoke a cigarette, you're still a slave.
Right.
If you're an alcoholic, you're still a slave. If you can't go throughout the day without cussing, you know, they had a situation in one of the parochial schools, I believe, where they had to have a truce of some sort. On the girls there, they said, can you give us 30 days without cursing? In a Catholic school. Yeah. Can you give us 30 days without cursing? And they said, well, why are you picking on the girls? What about the boys? The teacher said, the problem is bigger among the females.
All right. Yes, it is.
You're still a slave. And we're actually a slave to influences that are much more harmful, in a sense, than when we were slaves to human beings. A slave to a cigarette? I can justify being a slave to a man with a whip and a pistol. I can justify that. I can talk to my children and say, well, he had a pistol to my head, son, I had to do the work. He had a whip on my back. You see these strokes, these lines on my back, son, these welts? I had to work from sun up to sundown. He was going to kill me. He was going to kill you. But how do I justify being a slave to a slave master called Newport? I can't explain that one. So the objective was to use up your energy and to subdue your rulership. And that plan is still afoot today. The only difference is that we are willingly and willfully giving our lives and our energies over to these manipulators. The only way out of this is to create a genuine revolution. I didn't hear anybody's knees knock. Did I? You first have to understand what a revolution is within the context of natural phenomena. See, a lot of times we go for our definitions to people, places, and things that do not represent natural phenomena. If you keep in touch with things as the Creator created them and look for the guidance, look for the insight in how things work to rid itself of opposition, to rid itself of things that work against the good life of that object. If you study those things in nature and then apply them to your human life, then you're working in operation with the creation of God. And there's no chance for you to fail. You are guaranteed success. And that's what all scriptures have come to teach human beings. How to work in concert with natural phenomena so that the success will be imminent. As this planet rotates, it is creating revolutions, correct?
Yeah.
Around the sun, so they say. The success of its revolutions is seen in the advent of evolution among the life forms of the planet. Follow me on this. If there were no revolution of the planet, there would be no evolution of the life form. No revolution, no evolution. No evolution, no real revolution. So ask yourself this question. Are we evolving? Talking about our people. Think about the emotional condition of black people in America. Can we truly say that we have been evolving emotionally?
No.
Can we truly say that we have been evolving intellectually?
Very few of us.
Where is our intelligentsia? We have voices in the wilderness, such as Alton Maddox,
Yeah.
crying and screaming every week until his throat gets dry and sore, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And I don't know if he could express what he has for us in a more intellectually understandable way. For those who claim to be intellectuals.
Right.
His is not an emotional plea. His is an intellectual plea that he has to continually wrap in an emotional package.
Come on.
Because the majority of us are not intellectually inclined. We are emotionally inclined. And if you don't bring it to us to where we can shake a leg and shout hallelujah, if you don't bring it to us like that, you ain't said nothing, nigga. And we have to learn to rise above that tendency
Yeah.
to only accept information if it makes us emotionally, if it's an emotional feel-good session. An escape.
Right.
Exactly.
Have we been evolving spiritually? I know without having heard him that the pastor or the reverend of this particular church, I can feel it. That he's not all about just charging you up emotionally. He's about helping to provide something for your soul as well as something for your intellect. You know how I know that without having heard him? He let you in here.
Come on.
He let you in here.
Teach us, brother.
Yes, sir.
Teach that truth.
So let us get into the definition for a few words, and we can call this evening to a close. Black people, stop calling yourselves black people.
Okay.
That's right.
Make it plain.
Black folk, stop calling yourselves black folk. You cannot find in the history of our people where one of us stood up as a leader in the language and said it is better for us to call ourselves black people. You might say, no, I got you there, man. James Brown gave it to us. He said, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud, back in 1969. Well, by James Brown's own admission, he got it from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
Yes, he did.
Message to the black man in America. But he didn't coin it. We're talking about tracing the etymology of a term
John Henry Clark.
and understanding the reasons behind these definitions when they are chosen and made popular for a people. There is secret science, secret language in the formation of these terms. And in the term black, there is what is called the separation of the initial letter connected to the following word.
Yeah.
Separation of the B. And then connecting that idea to lack. So we are not black people in the eyes of people who despise us. We are people who are be lacking. We are people who be lacking. Woo! Lacking what? Everything that represents civilized people in their eyes. Now, yes, along with that, there are many positive meanings for the word black. Many positive meanings for the concept black. But we're talking now about what is necessary for us to feed off of. That's going to help take our generations conceptually into this 21st century and beyond. And calling ourselves by a mere skin tone or skin color is not enough to dignify the great edifice that we are now charged with uplifting and bringing to center stage.
Yes.
We don't want to bring just a skin color to center stage. There's nowhere in the history of our people in this country where people have tried to deny us our blackness. They reminded us over and over again, you black.
That's right.
You black this and that. Yeah, Black History Month.
Yeah.
In the month of February. Yeah, February.
Tea chocolate. Tea chocolate.
In the month of the fish. The one that responds to emotional prompts. The fish. Pluck on that fish bowl and watch that fish. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Fish going this way and all of a sudden it's going that way. That's our people, and they knew that. Because they had emotionally conditioned us for those kinds of knee-jerk reactionary responses. They call it knee-jerk, right? Knee-jerk reactionary. Knee-jerk. Negro. Those who can only grow up to the knee can only respond from knee-jerk reactionaryism. So they know as soon as I tap his knee with this mallet, as soon as I tap this Negro with this mallet, I know which way his leg will kick. Will kick that way. And I'm going to make sure that I have right in front of him the props that I want him to kick right from under his own body. They condition us for these things. So we have to understand our life and what this human being actually is as a profound creation of God in order for us to make progress into the future. And if we can identify this same life, this same potential in people who do not necessarily look like us, but who will join us in an effort to establish this true human vessel on earth, then we know what it is we're choosing from. We're no longer deceived. Because he came in my skin color, I accepted him, although he might have been the worst of enemies. Or because he did not come in my skin color, I rejected him, although he could have been one of the best supporters of this effort. We have to grow up as a people.
Yes.
So take a quick look at this word human. Human, I asked a group of Jews in their synagogue. They invited me there about 2 years ago. I haven't been invited back.
I wonder why.
No, not because they didn't like me. They loved me.
Yes, sir.
You know, I was born a Hebrew Israelite before I converted to Al-Islam. Before I came into the understanding of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's teachings at 13. And at 17, Imam W.D. Muhammad succeeded his father. And I've been in that camp ever since. But I wasn't born in a church. I was born in a Hebrew Israelite environment. So when this group of Jews invited me, I was able to share some things with them about their own religion and about their own language, the Hebrew language, that fascinated them to the point where they kept me an extra hour asking me questions, didn't want me to leave. Their rabbi had a slick way of chasing me out of there. But the people wanted me to stay. And I asked them, I said, and there were maybe about 50 or 60 of them there. And I said, how many of you have graduated from colleges and universities? All of them raised their hands. And at the same time, I saw my people, and I said, boy, if I had asked a group of my folks the same question. And that's nothing to be ashamed of.
No.
Sometimes there's an advantage
Yeah.
in not having gotten all of that schooling. You're looking at a person, I don't have a college degree.
You don't have the BS degree?
No, I don't want the BS degree. Found out a long time ago that I didn't need it for where I wanted to go. Now I'm not stopping you.
I was in the college.
You understand? Now there are people out there, you want to go on and get the BS? Feel free. But if you end up where Evelyn ended up, it'll be a perfect match. Use your own senses. Get their degrees, but use your own mind.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. So I asked them behind that, I said, how many of you were taught anywhere in your school career, high school, college, university, what the definition for the word human was? None of them raised their hands. None of them raised their hands. They said, I said, you mean to tell me that here you've been using a term all of your life, that if somebody told you that you were not that, you'd be ready to fight? Say, you ain't no human. What? But what is a human? I don't know.
You look like me.
You understand? Yeah. But if you put the outline of a gorilla in shadow form, you might not be able to tell the difference. So it's not just the fact that you have a head and 2 arms and 2 legs and some genitalia that makes you human. So I told them that human is a combination of 2 words. The first one is humus, and there are different definitions, but I'm sharing with you this particular one for a reason. The HU is a shortened form of the word humus, H-U-M-U-S. And H-U-M-U-S is not familiar to the average person unless you're involved in the field of botany, right? Plant culture, farming, then you'll know what humus is. Humus is related to the soil. It is related to the fertility qualities in soil. If your soil is dried out, it is not humus. And if it is not humus, it cannot produce. Now, think about these things as we discuss the term human. Huh? Because there's something in you that represents soil. It's called your intellect. And the seed that you plant in the intellect is called an idea. And if that idea gets the right cultivation, it gets the right exposure to sunlight, to the energy of the sun, gets the right exposure to the oxygen or the air, and gets the right amount of water saturating its soil, it is bound to produce new life.
Right.
Humus we're talking about. And the word man simply means mind. The word man has always meant mind, never body.
That's right.
Never male.
Right.
Man never meant male.
Right.
That's why they're smart enough in their dictionaries to say man means mankind in their language. Man means all of humanity, males and females. They're smart enough to put that entry into their dictionaries. But they make sure that we're too dumb to understand the connection between being a real man and being a real mind, whether you're male or female.
Right.
How do we prove from their own language that man means mind? Because man in their language also is connected to hand. What is a manual? It's a handbook.
Yep.
What is a manicure? Again, pointing to the hand. If I manipulate something, I'm doing it with my hands. And there are a host of other words where the word man is used. Emancipate. That should ring a bell. Emancipation. That means to let you go from my hands. Get my hands off of you. So man means hand. But what is the connection between hand and mind? They understood that the hand was also a symbol of your 5 senses. Your 5 senses. They understood that your mind does not become a mind until the five senses become alive to the information in the environment. Once it registers the information in the environment, those senses bring that information into the brain, and the brain is then able to figure out how that information should be regulated and used. So they understood that. And if you look in the Etymology dictionary, look up the word man, it'll tell you man means to think. To think. So human means humus mind. Productive mind. So how many of us are conditioning ourselves in a way that will cause us to be productive minds? How do you know a productive mind? By the result of the seed that you planted. We say we want to help our children. We say that we'll do anything to advance the good cause of our future generations. The empty seats in here says there's somebody lying. And I tell you, Sister Maddox, if I had it my way, nobody would get in without a young person being with them. Now that's just my dream. That's just how I think. Because you might end up with 3 people in here next time following that rule. It just shows you that we got a little ways to go.
Yeah.
And it doesn't mean that you're not sincere. It only means that we have to re-examine our battle strategy. And the first part of the strategy in conducting a war of this sort is that you have to have a standing army. When it's time to do what is necessary to save the lives of our people, we have to be able to turn to somebody and say, hey man, I need you up on the hill. I need you down in the valley. I need you over there standing next to the ammunition. I need you over here flanking me, watching my back. But if there's nobody to talk to, you're defeated from day one. So we have to make a double and triple effort to bring young people with us every time these doors open, no matter where they open. We have to make a commitment. If you want to learn how to do that, talk to anybody who used to be in the Nation of Islam. Talk to that brother there. People here you can talk to. They know there was a day and time when you couldn't come to the temple. You couldn't get in unless you had what they called a fish with you. Your mama, your cousin, your neighbor.
That's right.
You knock on that door? Yes, sir. I'm here reporting to the temple, sir. Where's your fish? They looking at you through the window. Where's your fish? I couldn't get one today, but brother, you can't come in today. Go on out there and get you a fish. They all around you. Yeah, brothers used to pull them out of the cabs, out of the vans, pull them off the bus. Say, brother, I know you got at least 15 minutes to come hear what Mr. Muhammad has to say. Because those people believed in that message. That's why they were willing to do what was necessary to fill those doors every week. Lessons to be learned in many aspects of what has occurred in our history. Not just one aspect. We have respect for the church in our history. The church helped us survive to a tremendous degree, especially post-slavery. But we cannot discount the contributions made by those like the Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
And although he may not be as well known to you, you may find out in your lifetime, if you live another 5 to 10 years, that we can neither discount the contributions of the leadership of his son, Imam W.D. Muhammad. Now, I know you've been told a lot of things about me that might have been negative. He's a Tom. He's working for the government. He's this, he's that. The man took it upon himself to work underground without asking for a lot of public fanfare, because he was establishing the foundation for a new language environment for us to live in. So when he said stop calling yourself black and call yourself Bilalian, he was establishing a new language environment for you to live in. When he said that the most important aspect of our identity is the human aspect, and then you can build your ethnic identity upon that. But if you try to build your identity upon the foundation of skin color without recognizing what your true human worth is, you're failing from day one.
Yes.
That's the essential message. Look at the other words that they give us as words that we should call ourselves. We say that we are a person. They say, I'm my own person. Right? I'm my own person. We are people. These are words that they give us. I'm an individual. Okay? We say, I'm an individual. I do what I want to do. I dress the way I want to dress. I eat the things that I like to eat because I'm an individual. You know, our youth like to say that. No, man, I'm me, man. I'm me. But the guy that's saying he's me, I can find 100 guys right there in his school on any given day that look almost exactly like him in the way they dress, in the way they talk, in the way that they stand, in the way that they sag, in the gear that they like to wear. So there's something on the psychological level operating that is causing them to want to be more like the next person. Although consciously they're believing that they are themselves individuals doing their own separate thing. So let's look very carefully and very quickly at these words that I just gave you. Person does not just mean a body. They use this language in some of the highest, most valued documents in this country and in the world. We the people. And person is has a legal description. Also, a corporation, as you know, can be a person.
Yes.
Right.
But what was the original meaning for this word person? Person means per son. Per means by way of. Son is from sonar or sonare in the Latin language, which means sound. So person means, listen, they're giving you insight into how you are formed as a human being. Person means that I am what I am because I have come here by way of sound. In other words, don't look at me just as a physical body. That's not my real identity.
Right.
My real identity is being shaped by frequencies,
Yes.
sound waves.
Correct. Yeah.
It ain't what you see is what you get. It's what I allow into my vibratory environment that makes me what I am. And the world of mind manipulators, they understand that to the T. So they send out frequencies that reach your ears through the music, through the television, through the talk, through the slang. We think we made up this slang language, when this slang language is actually being made up by folks sitting somewhere in London, England.
That's right.
Tavistock Institute,
That's right.
to name one.
Yeah.
Right.
Sitting there in suits and ties, sipping coffee and tea, deciding what the next slang word will be for Negro land.
Yeah. Yeah.
Deciding what the next lingo will be for Jay-Z. All we got to do is get them, the stars among them, to just start saying it. Just start wearing it. Got one of them chumps coming on stage with a skirt now.
3.
Doesn't make sense to mention the name because in a minute it's going to be a whole lot of them.
That's right.
They know they got us like that.
That's right.
Hip hop on the down low. Huh? Presented to us a bunch of our youngsters that they painted as being the most macho men on earth when we first heard about them.
Yeah.
Lil Wayne, this one, that one. All of a sudden we finding out that they can't stand women.
Yeah.
That they loving each other in the dark, in the corner, in the booth, in the
Teach,
back.
brother, teach. Yeah.
Grinding with each other on the dance floor. Men! What kind of stuff is that? But these are the role models that they want our children's eyes to feast on. Because they know that as we listen to them, as we register their sound waves,
Yeah.
that the vibration and the frequencies from what is being said beneath the surface,
Right.
on the subliminal level,
Level.
they know that that is what is responsible for shaping the real life of the human person.
Yeah.
So think about that when you think about yourself as a person. And be very aware of the frequencies that you allow into the home, into the ears of your children.
Yes, sir.
We think it's innocent. It's ignorant. And they say ignorance is bliss. You see their little sayings? Ignorance is bliss. I don't know and I don't want to know. But you know who invented that saying? All you got to do is look at the consonantal connections. Ignorance is Iblis. If you don't know who Iblis is, go get yourself a Quran and start reading. I got some CDs and DVDs back there that you can purchase when we're finished that will tell you all about who Iblis is. He's Django. Look at the word people. P-E-O-P-L-E. I see some of my good friends here today. This is a wonderful sight. Thank you. Appreciate you. When you find the letters O-P in a word, it usually has a reference to vision, like optical. Huh? Even option. You might not see the direct connection. Opinion. That means that's how I see it, right? My opinion. Huh? So they incorporated those letters into the word people because they understood that you cannot be a people indeed until you have an agreed upon vision. We the people stand for such and such. But just because you are gathered together as bodies does not make you, in fact, a people. If that's the case, then all of the people in the prisons around the United States are people. They're all gathered together. But gathering together is not sufficient. You have to have a plan that is able to take people from here into the future. That's what's trying to be established for you during efforts like this. But we have to have a shared vision.
Yeah.
We have to be able to register that vision and take it seriously. Take that vision home and begin to discuss it at the dinner table or at the Sunday morning breakfast table. Everybody in our family should be familiar with this effort, whether they agree with it or not. You should be able to go to any one of our children and say, you know what your mama's doing every Wednesday night down there at the place? Yeah. Say, well, I don't go down there. But yeah, I have to admit, I know what she's doing because she talks about it all the time. Huh? And then maybe one day, it just might click for them. And they'll be the one sitting in the front row. A month from now, a year from now, who knows?
Right.
But if we never expose them, what are the chances?
Right.
Nil. Individual is a combination again of two words, indivisible, dual. So how is an individual one person? The word dual is built right into it.
Right.
So an individual must be a combination of not one thing, but two things. An individual is one who has learned the value of the combination of both their mind and their heart. You have to learn how to bring your mental processes into cooperation with your sentimentality. Your emotionality has to learn to work with and for your intellect. Our problem is that we have had the two separated from each other,
Yeah.
like a husband from a wife.
Right.
And although we know something is intellectually correct to do, we won't allow the emotional side of ourselves to support it. See, I know I should be supporting that effort more, but I just can't, the game is on. I don't have time for that. I can't give myself to that. So we live this life where the mind stays separated from the heart, and the body can therefore make no progress.
Right.
That's one of the dilemmas that we have to conquer as a people. See, you cannot love freedom. And Sister Keisha, she did such an, I really feel bad for those of you who missed what she had to say before I came up here. You cannot love freedom. You cannot say that you love our people. You cannot say that you will do all that you can do to see this effort move forward and then leave here and commit yourself at home once again to the porno channel. Because your progress is inextricably tied to your moral life.
Yes, sir.
Your political aspirations are inexplicably tied to your moral concerns. And if you are not concerned as a moral thinking person, you will not make the progress that you're looking forward to. Politically, economically, academically, or culturally.
Come on.
That's a fact. Moral and rational life is what typifies human life. It is what human life is as an identity. So you cannot make progress as a human being unless you pay attention to the essential makeup that God created you in. And He created you to be a moral thinker. He created you to weigh information in an effort to decide what is going to be good for the advancement of this life.
Yes.
Where do I see myself a year from now? Why am I entering upon this endeavor? And where is it going to take me? We have to be concerned as human beings with these aspects of our development. And when we become truly committed to cleaning up our tongue, especially in our homes, to teaching our children the value of good decisions versus bad decisions, to be truly concerned about our neighbor next door who's not faring as well as we are, the relative who we know is sick and needs our attention, but we don't have time for them because we are so self-absorbed in our own little world that we don't have time to worry about grandma no more, like other ethnic groups do. Other ethnic groups almost near worship their elders. And here we are creating a whole system designed to throw our elders away once Alzheimer's or something else sets in.
Right.
Put them in a home. I don't care. She got insurance, put her in a home. I don't have time. And he ain't even working. But he don't have time. We have to change this ugly picture of ourselves. And I tell you, on the day that we begin to do it collectively, we're going to see ourselves grow into some of the most beautiful people that this earth has ever produced. So I thank you for the time and attention that you have paid to whatever it was that I had to say to you. And I'm not even sure all of what I had to say to you until I listen back to it. But I have to say that it must have been something good for your tummy, just based on the facial expressions and the warmth
Yes, sir.
that you have shown me
Yes,
today.
sir. Yes, sir.
And I ask Allah to put His blessings upon this group, this organization, this effort, and that He increase the numbers here with youthful energy youthful enthusiasm and to send our elders the help that they surely need in order to keep the effort to support the future of our generations, our children, to keep that as the primary focus of everything that we do.
Yes, sir.
Teach our children, reach our children, love our children, stand by our children. Do not allow our children to become the play toys of this world.
Yeah.
Do not allow our children to become the consumers of this world. Because this world will eventually consume them.
Absolutely.
They see this society as a cow.
Yes.
One big cow,
Yeah.
constantly grabbing for grass, chewing, swallowing, and the cow actually regurgitates its food to chew it again. That's called consumerism.
Yeah.
That's why they call us consumers. They got that idea from ancient Sumer, ancient Babylon, the establishers of the original banking system back in Babylon. They imported that idea here. And they said, let's set this, they learned it from also the wisdom of ancient Egypt. Let us set this society up as one big cow. And we'll milk it, and we'll milk it, and we'll milk it. And when the milk runs dry, steak time. So when you see them slaughtering us in the street, when you see them doing what they're doing to our children on a daily and a weekly basis, it's because it's steak and potato time now.
Yeah.
Niggas ain't got no more milk.
Right. Right.
Yeah, they don't have any more moral advice for America.
Right.
Civil rights era is over. They're nothing but materialists now. They're nothing but dry dust.
Right.
Ain't no more milk in that titty. Ain't worth the effort no more. Try to pull something out these black people.
Right.
Hey man, give us some more wisdom like Frederick Douglass gave us. Give us some more wisdom like Nat Turner. Give us some, ain't no more wisdom than the average one of us. So they say, oh man, take it to slaughter. Take it to slaughter. And if it wasn't for the fact that we spend so much money as consumers, they would have wiped out many more of our youth than the ones that Keisha was talking about. They said we don't need these people anymore. We got other ethnic groups now coming in. Richard Pryor talked about it, the new niggas, right?
Yeah.
We got new niggas now. We don't need these people anymore. So let's do what we have to do. Corrigan them off. Give them enough so that it would seem as though they killed themselves.
Exactly. Exactly.
Give them this disease. Give them that disease.
Go ahead.
Make them crazy in the eyes of the world.
Yeah.
Make them pull their pants down off their backside and then import that picture all the way to China.
Yeah.
For people who never met us, but their first introduction to us is as a sagging group of young folks in our community. So by the time he gets here and he looks at you, how can he have respect for you?
Right.
When his first impression of you was that you were just a lazy, loafing, no-good son of a gun.
Right.
Now, who are you expecting to change that picture? That's why I keep talking about the moral life. You have to have a sense of moral dignity.
Yes.
You have to be able to tell your son, your grandchild, you ain't leaving this house looking like that again.
That's
If you ain't strong enough to do that, stop coming to these meetings. You're going to whoop at the white man and scared to whoop at your grandson.
Thank you.
My grandmother would have knocked the hell out of me. Looking like most of us look in front of our parents and grandparents now.
Yeah.
Want to show your booty in front of your mother.
Yeah.
What kind of stuff is that? Oh, hell no. You know what your mother and your grandparents would have done.
Oh, yeah.
My mother stood on a chair and said, told my brother, you'll never be so big that I can't knock you down. If I got to stand on a chair, I'll knock you down. You don't get bad with me.
That's right.
Come on now. What Bill said, he said, I'll take you out and make another one just like you. until we get that tenacity back is what I'm saying.
Exactly.
That common sense. You don't need a degree for that. Common sense. Then we as a people will be through. And Allah will just raise up another people to finish the job that He initiated through our efforts. Now that will be a sad day for the 300 years of slavery and the 100 years of Jim Crow and all of the secret manipulation that's been going on since then. For us to just willingly say, we're tired now. We don't want the blessing at the end of the road. God, give it to somebody. Give it to one of the newcomers. Give it to the ones who jumped over the fence. Give it to the ones who stowed away on the boats and got here. Give it to the ones who are showing more ambition. Give it to the ones who don't jump off the boat and run to the White House and ask for all kinds of handouts. Give it to them. We don't want it. We happy now. We got enough to play with. We got our iPods and our iPads and all our gadgets and stuff. We don't need freedom no more, God. All we need is a new toy. And we happy. Get that out of your system. Preach that out of your children's system. Tell your preachers, 1 Corinthians, first part of the lecture. Second part of the lecture, tell them what Imam Bilal told us last week. And we'll have a better circumstance. Thank you very, very much. Peace be upon you. Assalamu alaikum.
Teacher of ours, the floor is yours. Any questions?
Don't be shy. I love a good question. Yes, ma'am.
I'll let the brother go.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming this way, my brother.
Thank you for the invitation.
What are we going to do with our people who believe that President Obama is like the Messiah?
That's a good question.
We can't deal with those who see us as demons trying to get their minds straight about this man is, shall we say, a bewildered.
I have a quick answer for you. Forget about people who think that Obama is the Messiah. Right. What's in the system of our people, meaning what is coded in the genes, around the genes of our people, is not President Obama as a Messiah. It is a white image of God and the Son of God as our Messiah. Work on getting that out of your system, and Obama will become the least of your problems. I don't need an applause for that. I just want you to think about that. We've had 400 straight years of white deification planted into our conscious minds, then bypassing the conscious mind, settling into the subconscious mind. And because of that, we don't see ourselves as contributing to anything worth talking about, because we do not believe that we are supposed to be in charge of anything like an airport, anything like a skyscraper, anything like all of these other things that modern society claims for its modern civilization. And that is because we were fed a constant diet of an idea that said that the worst situated white man that they call Jesus, that's not Jesus, they call him Jesus. And they put him in an image of what you would call the bum. I'm just talking to you real. They put him in the image that if you saw him and didn't identify that as Jesus, just saw him walking down the street in that little loincloth and that scraggly hair, you say, that's a bum. That's a hippie. But the psychology was to get you to worship the worst of them, so that all of the other ones in the strata would automatically be given respect by you.
That's right.
See, if they put him in a suit and tie on the cross, then you still have reason not to respect the bum among them. But if they put the bomb and say that's the ultimate man, that's the ultimate savior, then everybody above that is saved. So you got to get that out of your system first. Teach the people that God is God. And that human beings are human beings. And Obama can pass or fail, but as a human being has a right to change his mind. And if we still do not understand the power that we possess as a people to actually help change the minds of other people, from putting the right kind of pressure on them, not just protesting. They found out years ago in a laboratory that you can take, that there are a certain group of monkeys, for instance, that come out once a year and they just start making a whole lot of noise. They look like they're about to do something. But then in about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, they all get tired and then they go back into their trees. Yes, they understand that. And they apply that to our situation. They said all we got to do is give them enough time. We know we just killed another one of their youth. Right. Give them enough time to just work it out. Give them that little park, that little piece near the park downtown, cross town. And let them just work it out. Because we know that by this time next week, they will even forget that it even happened.
Right.
And they know that if they do it often enough, it'll make us numb.
Right.
To the point where it will happen and we'll just say, oh, that's just another nigga. Now, we don't say that with our tongues, but we say that with our actions because the disrespect for ourselves as a people has been deeply planted into the subconscious regions of this black mind, this so-called black mind. That's what we need to work on. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Yes. I'm sorry, we have a question here and then one from up front.
I have first giving honor to you for being here, also UN members and others. But I have a profound question to ask you. It's just that I have a problem with churches who are the lieutenants of God, put in that position that keep on fooling the masses of the people. I mean, every Sunday they go to church, Sunday best, and they keep telling people nothing. They're not giving them nothing. And the churches were established to help black people historically, to help us in all kinds of fights that we do in political situations. Like when we didn't have no banks, we went to the church. When we didn't have no food, we went to the church. When all institutions that we are plaguing on us now, we used to go to church for that relief. Now it's not like that somewhat. You know, you got a few churches that do. But my problem, the original problem is that they don't teach nothing to me. I mean, people come out there, they go there, and they come out and don't do nothing to change this the society, like if you would say.
Yes.
The change is just, I do my part. And I'm going to do my part too. I go home to my glory, because right here, right now, I'm doing my part.
Yes, sir.
But I don't see the churches.
Yes, sir. And that's a genuine concern, but I would redirect that energy in this direction. Number one, we have to always consider the historical contribution that the black church has made to black people. Yeah. We cannot forget that. In the Quran, there's a verse that says to have regard for God and also for the wombs that bore you. Right?
Yeah.
Now, you might not agree with everything your mama does or your daddy does. But nevertheless, they were the agents through which you were able to come out here and express yourself.
Exactly.
So we can't blanketly condemn, and I'm not saying that's what you're doing. Obviously, that's not what you're doing. But this is what we tend to do in just sweeping away or sweeping under the rug all of the achievements that the church has been able to acquire for us. There was a time when there was no other alternative for us than the AME, which began, right? The the African Episcopalian Methodist Episcopalian, right? The AME church. That saved a lot of us. And believe it or not, a lot of our people today are being psychologically saved by what they experience every Sunday. believe it or not, as weak as you might think it is, they're being saved by that emotional experience, by that social environment that they might not be able to get anywhere else. What I would suggest is this. One of the things that is really causing our people to go under, psychologically speaking, and in terms of our value in the eyes of the world, is what is happening in the entertainment industry.
Go ahead, talk about it.
See, the church was the first entertainment industry.
That's right.
That's right.
And our entertainers learned how to entertain from the church.
That's right.
Yes, it did.
Just show on the road.
Yeah, they took the church singers and they said, stop talking about God, just make what you used to say about God, just say it about your woman now.
Right.
So whereas your God used to be your everything, now your man or your woman became your everything. Right? As goes the stories of Aretha Franklin and Sam Cooke and other people who you study, who you listen to. The lyric writers of that day and time, they just switched God, they turned God off, and they turned man on. And it went from religious music to secular music, but it was the same gospel.
Right.
Except it went from the worship of a creator to the worship of people. And we're still in that people worship mode.
Right.
And they have taken it, the manipulators in the industry, in entertainment industry, have taken it to a whole new, a level that we would never have dreamt
Right.
that they could even reach
Right.
in the messages. You mean to tell me that I can't buy an Usher CD without them having to put on it that it has explicit lyrics, and they know my 13-year-old is in love with Usher? And I can't find a song on the CD where it's not cussing at me, or he's cussing out his ex-wife, or what kind of music is that?
Right.
I thought they said music soothed the savage soul of the savage beast.
That's right. Right.
Here they are creating beasts in our own house because of the music they listen to. You mean to tell me my son's got to look at Ice Cube grilling on his album, looking like somebody just killed his mama? And my young boy now, he got to fix his face in the mirror before he goes to school so he can look like Ice-T, just so that nobody bother him when he gets to school. 50 Cent, and nobody did nothing to him. He's leaving in the morning looking like that. Something's wrong with that.
Yeah.
My girl got to leave the house going to high school looking like what prostitutes used to look like back in the 60s, back in the 70s on 40 Deuce. A matter of fact, many of our young girls, it's a shame to say, have actually driven the average prostitute out of business. Because our young girls are giving away for free what the prostitute used to make you pay for. Yeah, sad. But it's a fact. Huh? I'm talking about Catholic school girls, skirts so high. Huh? All of them wearing mini skirts in Catholic school. What kind of stuff is that? Tight jeans in public school. They call them skinny jeans. But remember, jean is a play on G-E-N-E. And J-I-N-N. They create gin.
Yeah.
They create people of fiery, low-based passions. And they put them in blue. They call them blue jeans. Because they know that blue is the color of communication. See, those who study the chakra system in those other areas that they teach you not to study,
That's right.
they know that blue is something called the blue ridge. Right in the throat, the chakra, the throat chakra. Because it is responsible for communication. If you ask the average Jew, say, what's the favorite color of the Jew? He say blue.
It's on the tassel.
Yes. And he is the master of communication. Everything he wants you to know, you know it.
That's right.
Anything he don't want you to know, you scratching your head about it.
That's right.
When you going to become your own communicator?
Come on.
We had DJs, Gary Bird and others called themselves the communicator. And we were receiving good information then.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, none of us want to communicate anymore. We just want to sit around and just chill. Just groove to the beat.
Right.
And because of that, we are a lost people.
Big time.
As a group soul, I'm talking about. Individuals are making it, but as a group soul, we are lost.
Yeah.
And that's the condition that we have to correct. Anyone else? Time for just one more question. Yes, sir.
Could you elaborate on the word myth as it relates to the older teachings, like as you mentioned, esoteric? And I don't really want to talk about myth as it relates to the false teachings that we get nowadays, like from the church and so on, Jesus Christ in the clouds and so on. But elaborate for me on the word myth as it relates to that old-time teaching, as it relates to like esoteric and, you know what I mean?
Yes, I understand.
Stuff like that,
I
right?
understand. Okay, very short. The word myth comes from a Semitic word called mythal. Mythal. You'll find it in the Arabic language, you'll also find it in the Hebrew language, and probably several other languages. It means to be like something else. That's all myth means. And if we can understand that, then we can go into our Bible, we can go into our Quran, we can go into our Sanskrit traditions, and begin to look at the stories that are given there, and say, yes, this is a wonderful presentation, this is a wonderful reading. Now let me try to put my brain to work on what this is saying to me on the level of interpretation. If I'm reading about Adam in the Bible Genesis, I should be asking myself, what does Adam mean? Not saying that, well, I'm going to approach it as a myth, but I'm going to approach it as a coded message in which all of the tools for understanding the meaning are encaptured in the code, in the story, in the myth, if we're talking about myths specifically in history. And then I'm going to begin to say, how does that apply to me in my life? See, Adam in the Bible was put into a deep sleep, right?
Yeah.
Now think about your own people.
Deep sleep.
Today we call it a coma,
Yeah.
or at least REM, right? Rapid eye movement, sleep. Once he was put into a deep sleep, a rib was taken, right? Rob. A robbery took place.
Right.
He was robbed of his rib. The rib is that bone which protects the heart region, as well as the lungs. The heart is a symbol of your emotionality. The lungs, breathing air, is a symbol of your spirit and your spirituality. So that which was assigned to protect your emotionality and your spirituality was removed from your body. While your mind, while your Adam had been put into a deep sleep. Adam just means your consciousness. It means you didn't know what was going on. And this is what they did to us as a people. They put our lights out, like Osiris's lights were put out by his brother Set. Right? Put his lights out. Then the robbery began. Separate the rib from his body. That flexible bone. That's your emotionality. Break up to make up. Right? Love you, then I hate you. Right? That's emotionality, the rib. He was robbed of that rib. And it was separated from his body. If you had left that rib in place and left consciousness alert and alive, it would not have become a problem, because consciousness would have checked the to and fro movement of your emotionality. See, when your emotions become kind of disjointed and don't know which way to go, don't know what kind of decision to make, your intellect will help figure it out. You say, well, I have to rise above how I feel. You know, I love you, but I can't support you in this. I can't let what I feel for you in my heart make a decision above what I know to be correct based on this wide awake conscience. You understand? So she's taken away, and now lo and behold, who shows up? The serpent. Now what does serpent mean? Ser means under, S-E-R. Pent means 5. pentagram. So the serpent is that which represents that which is lurking beneath the five. The five what? We started out the conversation talking about it. The senses. So the serpent is another way of saying subliminal seduction. That once I can put your conscious lights out and separate your emotionality from your consciousness, then I take my subliminal techniques, as Sigmund Freud and his nephew Edward Bernays did.
Yes.
I can go beneath the surface of who you think you are and supplant a whole new personality for you that I will control. Your eyes shall become open and you will be like the gods. That's the promise that they give to all of us who are being emotionally manipulated by these people. So mytho, to be like a thing. Don't just read it for its literal value. Read it and get with scholars and other people who can explain to you its esoteric value, its symbolic value, its abstract meanings. Is that understood?
Yes, sir.
I hope you got a little something out of that. I'm sorry, I did have one more question from a brother in the back.
Let him go.
Okay, all right, yes, sir.
Oh, yes, sir. I was glad that you used one word tonight. Black, B-L-A-K. I bought this book because I met a young lady at a store, and most of the time when I meet women, I start telling them how great they are. She told me she never heard any man where she lived and talk the way I talk. And I bought this book tonight, and it illustrates the power of the black woman. The name of the book is The Great B-L-A-K Mama of Creation. And I just want to thank you because I don't hear many people use that word, spell it that way, B-L-A-K.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for being here. Give that brother a round of applause.
There might be some linguistic benefit to this. I was made to understand that Jesus, the Christ, so-called Christ, had two births, flesh and blood birth, and immaculate conception. Can you explain that?
If I do, we'll be here for another 2 hours. So what I'm going to say is that we're going to talk to Ms. Maddox, and we're going to arrange to be back to deal with some of these more esoteric subjects and symbols. You know, I know people's appetites have been whetted for it, but in order to do that kind of subject justice, I would need to elaborate in a way that would hold you past the time assigned. Just suffice it to say that there's a lot to say about what has been said about Jesus, peace be upon him. And just so you know, words in our language like peace and ease come from the word Jesus. I know it's a Greek word, but they pull these words out of there, out of that context. And they use it to speak language that their children understand. So when they discuss with each other, because you know the Jewish people don't believe in a Jesus Christ, right? But they understand the esoteric value of a Jesus Christ. And they say, listen, Jesus doesn't mean the physical man. We don't believe that he was ever born. But we understand that Jesus represents a principle. That if you can crucify that principle, now you got yourself a problem. So if we can crucify the peace, if we can crucify ease, it's called dis-ease. When ease is crucified, it's called dis-ease. Now the whole world is under dis-ease. So dis-ease is another way of saying that Jesus, the one who brought the ease, the one who brought the peace, has been crucified and nullified in the lives of the people, in the lives of the conscious thinkers in society. And that's where the danger is. But in the Quran, God says that he was neither killed nor crucified, but it was made to appear as such. So if you get yourself a good Quran and a good teacher, you're going to find out that what they thought they had crucified has actually been restored. What you're seeing right here represents that restoration. It ain't gone nowhere. It's merely changed generations. You cannot crucify the truth. can't kill the truth. You can hide it for a little while. You can spit on it, flog it, cuss it, fuss with it, but you can't destroy it. It's like energy. It might change shapes, it might change its manifestation, but you can't kill it. You can't get rid of it. And in the end, truth will prevail.
Yes, sir.
Thank you again. Assalamu alaikum.
Word Islam.
Remember, I have CDs and DVDs in the back that represent some of the same kinds of lectures that you heard here today. Please do your best to support that effort, and hopefully I'll be seeing you guys again in a very short period of time. Thank you again for your time and attention, and I love you for it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Give it up once again for Imam Bilal. Now, I don't know about you, but I learned a lot tonight. And my husband works very long hours. But he made requests, and this is the best time for me to get it, because now, during this month, we have the 2-for-1 sale, that I'll bring home Dr. Umar's lecture and Imam Bilal. And his birthday is coming up, so I got to buy a whole lot. Oh yes, I take care of the king, because he takes care of the queen. Yes. I have a couple of more announcements before everybody moves. First, the house, which is Brooklyn Christian Center, is holding something. They have flyers in the back right here. An Emancipation Proclamation, Worship and Rally. You can pick up those flyers in the back if you want. They also have books. The Economic State of Black New York. That's something we all need to pay attention to, the way we spend our money.
Absolutely.
I really hope that you pick up those books if you can. Also, their kitchen is open, in case you're hungry. I have to convince the chef to probably get me some steamed cabbage and quinoa up in here. But let me tell you what's on the menu. Fish dinners at $9. Barbecue and jerk chicken dinners right next door. You even got to walk outside. When you come out of these doors, you just make a left and you ask Pastor Faye, where's the kitchen, or hook you up. Tell her I said to hook you up. Also, we want to see you all back here again next week on health, because that's very important.
Yes.
Brother Christian has coffee for sale. He can give you a tryout if you want. He's sitting over here, but he'll be around. Also, Brother Leon has Blueprint for Black Power by Dr. Amos Wilson. Now, to me, that is required reading.
That's right.
Even the chairman says it is required reading. And let me tell you something, how I found out about Amos Wilson. My brother, who was incarcerated, introduced me to Amos Wilson. He asked me for a book. And I'm like, who is this? You can't disconnect yourself from your people. It was an incarcerated man who introduced me to Tony Browder. Those two books led me to do research, and I found UAM. Those two books. I had no intentions of reading such, but those two books brought me here. UAM brought me to Freedom Retreat. Brother Gordon Blake, James Bryson, Veronica Nicky, Harold Wilbur, James Christian, and many others put in valuable time for the children's retreat. Now, when those envelopes were passed around and we asked for donations, that's what it's for. None of us, and they can all attest to it if I'm telling a lie, none of us are paid for that. We all donate our expertise. And it's been going that way for over 20 years now. we want to continue it. To bring great lecturers like Imam Bilal back here. To bring Dr. Umar back here. That's what you're investing in. You can tell your family you make true investments in your community when you do so. So I'm not going to hold you all. I hope to see y'all next week. There's some information that I've been circling around via email on how to cure yourself of diabetes in 30 days. And I'll touch this more next week, how to cure yourself from high cholesterol and high blood pressure in 30 days. So I'm not going to hold y'all. The kitchen is out the doors to your left. DVDs for sale in the back. UAM DVDs are 2 for 1. Master Imam Bilal, he has his work back there that you can also purchase. And I believe Brother Leon's blueprint for Black Power sales are back there as well.
Yes.
Okay. Y'all have a good night. I wish you nothing but the best, and I'll see you next week.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Excellent.
Great. Good. Break it off first.
Yeah, on Wednesday night.